Bear Studios. YouTube starting. was getting ready to bring my live view up, and I was wanting to make sure it was on the right channel for you. I'm in Little Rock, headed towards Springfield, Missouri. Little Rock, Arkansas. Okay, that sounds great. Thanks a lot. Okay, bye. Everything brought up here. Today could be a big day. I'd say it will be somewhere. Everything's up and working, and we've got all the cards up and working.
Good deal.
Kate, how's the sounding? Do we need to do any adjustment on the sound, make it louder or anything?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I just tried to get ready to talk.
That is sewer truck.
I don't have a clue. Yeah, I hadn't even turned Zello on yet. How's the sound doing now, Kate? Is it sounding okay? Do we need to make any adjustments?
Yeah, Kate, can you hear us?
It sounds pretty good. Maybe turn it up just a little bit.
Okay, we turned it up just a little bit right there. See if that did any more. I've still got some more. I can turn it up if we need to.
Yeah, is that any better? We can turn it up if we need to.
That sounds great. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
And I hear you too, baby.
Okay. That's important.
Justin told me to tell you that you took his spot.
Justin who?
Well, he's the guy from South Carolina.
Hey, Justin, don't take a full-time job. I think I need an assistant.
He was on the, he was with
Yes,
me.
we do need to hear Randy too.
He was on that Canadian storm with me. You remember on that Canadian deal, I says, can't you see it? Remember? So I was talking to him during that Canadian tornado.
I wonder if this has us turning to Conway.
No, I don't think so. It's right here.
We ain't got on 40 yet.
Well, I think it's right at. Okay, when we get on 40. Yep, that's what it does. We get off at Conway and go up 65.
I haven't been that way in a long time. I hope they've got those roads improved. That used to be a crooked son of a.
I'd say there were a lot better roads than they used to. I haven't been through there since they redone 60. Degrees and 68 dew points. Just trying to get everything in order and set up for today. We're actually on the road headed toward Springfield, Missouri. We're going to set up there or move to the southwest. Probably maybe toward home or Joplin. Kind of see where the storms form this afternoon, and then we're going to hook up with those storms, hopefully on I-44, and try and get some daytime footage for the Weather Channel and take them into St. Louis.
Use the left lane to take exit 13B.
And then looks like if you're going to stay with us, you better get your food now because we may have a long night.
West for 22 miles.
We'll probably end up going most of the night and most of the next day, so we'll just have to see how things go. Storms are going to be moving 50, 60 miles an hour, so it's kind of really not a chase. It's more of a setup in front of them. Going to be hard to stay with them. In other words, we're going to test Randy's driving skills today.
No, we're going to be smart and get out front.
We'll see how things roll today. It's going to be a different day. I'm just afraid that this could actually end up being an outbreak. There's a lot of country that's got a chance for a tornado today. I mean, right here where we're at now has got a good chance. And a lot of them's got multiple chances, not just one chance. You know, you're looking at 2 and 3 lines of storms coming through.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? God, I just cut him off.
Yeah, I hope this is good. I think that's probably just some bad data. We got pretty good data now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, can you? Hey, I'm sure you're already aware of it, but you know there's possibility for some pretty severe stuff coming through there this afternoon.
Did that fix anything? Sound any better? If it starts crackling, you kind of got to let me know because it's just a bad connection.
Crackling just a little bit. Yeah, I think it's settled down now.
Well, I'm still moving it here just a little bit. I'm trying to fix it where it'll hold up, last a little longer.
I'd say he's pretty close. It's serious enough. We was in Texas.
Okay, try that right there. How's it doing now?
And they're sending
If it matters at all, if you're messing with it, oh, there it started crackling again. The background noise just suddenly got a lot louder.
They raised their torque on to 6.
Okay, what's it doing right now? I've kind of got it fixed where it won't move
We
very
got it
much.
coming in St. Louis or figured you'd knew because I knew Monette had a big 911 deal
Sorry about
this
that
morning.
delay. It sounded pretty good
So
now.
I
It's cleared
just
up.
wanted to make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Kelly called Millard earlier, an hour ago. Millard acted like he was
There's a
no
bunch of
longer where
creepy
it
kids
might
in
be
this
that
house I
early.
moved into.
So
Can I claim them as
I wanted
dependents?
to let you know.
Fortunately, you can't, but you may be able to deduct some of your maintenance.
Millard may not have read his email by then. Well, anyway, you guys just be careful because, boy, I tell you, I mean, no, they're not telling us much different other than, I think you could almost throw a dart at the map and there could be a tornado. They're pretty much saying we're not going to need any clearing to create one because everything in the atmosphere needs already there. Yeah,
gets into the storm, and that's how they begin to rotate, and that raises that tornado risk. So this is an area of concern for severe storms today, and the torcon values are way up there. We're talking about a 6 out of 10 in Arkansas, Missouri, and in Illinois. That means a 60% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius.
My dad's trying to help you get rid of it.
Extreme eastern Kansas and Oklahoma. Then tonight,
You know, if you guys want to dump some of that down there on him, I bet he wouldn't care.
overnight hours there in southeastern parts of Missouri and northeastern Arkansas.
And if you want to dump a bunch out there at our chicken house, you could too.
Parts of Illinois and
You know.
Indiana. So this is going to be a long-lasting affair that continues right into tomorrow as well.
Yes, thanks, Carl. Exactly. It looks like
Yeah,
that this
I don't
severe
know if
threat
that
is not only
down
going
there
to be
to storage
persisting
is
through the night, but
closer
could
for you
continue
than
moving the east
where you're
through
going.
tomorrow. So,
I'm sure
for
you
you
wouldn't
on
care.
the East Coast, it looks like this severe threat, again, extending
Steve.
all the way south as far as Mississippi and Alabama, and then all the
No
way north
problem. I
to New
wanted to
Jersey
let
and
you know.
Pennsylvania. So, again,
See you, bud.
definitely not something
All right,
that
we
you want to be
will.
sleeping.
There's a bunch of creepy kids in this house I moved into. Can I claim them as dependents?
But you may be able to deduct some of your living expenses.
Good. Because I'm going to have to move again.
As you can see, by the time that we hit lunchtime, we've got potentially a line of thunderstorms moving through Ohio and into Pennsylvania, and even extending further south all the way down to Louisiana, so all the way across the eastern United States. Right around rush hour tomorrow, so 5 p.m. UNDC, for example, we can have thunderstorms rolling through.
Lost a lot of my volume on.
Possibly some damaging wind, and again, some heavy rainfall coming on the road. So if you were on 95 or any of the neighboring interstates to that, again, this could be very impactful for your travel. And then this system will continue rolling through the evening, so we have a nighttime threat throughout much of South Carolina and North Carolina. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, that evening threat is a big part of the story, right? All of these cities could have storms that go through the night all the way into tomorrow. So we have at least a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon in Nashville and Columbus and Birmingham. But a nighttime threat, right? You have to have a way to get those warnings even after you would typically be going to bed. In Birmingham, you could certainly have some storms today, but hey, if you're up and you're aware and you hear thunder, there's lots of cues for you. If you're in bed, it could be too late and to get into that safe spot without a way to get those warnings. So for Tuesday night into Wednesday, overnight tonight into Wednesday, we are talking about thunderstorms that roll back into play in the Birmingham area. We can show you this. We have a round of storms coming through.
Clearing out around
and then we get the
Springfield
overnight
now.
storms. And then even another round Wednesday afternoon. Then finally it would be it'll be done from there. Again, if you're not familiar with the kind of vernacular that we're using
dried out a bit here, at least for now. See that changing there as we get toward the afternoon and the evening hours. Here's what's going on for you in Detroit. Sort of looking back on the radar here, showing you what was going on here throughout the city and what's going on now. Not a whole lot. Please see about the picture a bit more. Those active storms here into portions of Wisconsin now, crossing over Lake Michigan, moving into Michigan, so heads up there. We've got a little bit of snow, here, trending across Minnesota, far northern sections of Wisconsin. Down around the Ohio Valley, stormy weather there, and we'll watch that area continue to sort of migrate, move on off towards the east. Keep your model doing a pretty decent job of picking up, at least on this activity, and here, the action there moving across Wisconsin. So we'll watch how this all plays out for the rest of the afternoon. Here's your timestamp. This is now tonight, 9 o'clock Central Time.
Oh, not much. I'm just going to check in with you. I hadn't talked to you this morning, kind of tell you exactly kind of what we was doing. We're actually right now we're to the north of Little Rock, and we're actually going to head up towards Springfield, Missouri. There should be some. Yeah, it looked like that there's going to be some stuff start to form up there, probably some of the first stuff, I think, and maybe we can get you, and we'll get on I-44 and we can kind of stay along with it a little bit better and maybe get you some footage before it gets dark. And then we'll probably set up somewhere south of Corey up there and kind of catch some of that stuff as it starts coming in kind of south of St. Louis. Because depending on where we was going to go to Joplin, but we thought there's a possibility it might form farther to our east, so we're cutting up and we're going to come out at Springfield, and if we get there in time, we can always move back to the west. But yeah. Let's see, we'll get there somewhere around, let me check and see, we're a little farther than that, I think. Yeah, we're about 3 hours from Springfield. Well, hopefully, yeah, that should get there just about right. Actually, I show we're going to be getting there at 3:01, but time we stop and buy fuel, that'll add about a little bit more onto it, so. Okay, okay, how long are you guys on most of the night, or are you shutting off at midnight? Okay. We'll try and be with you. Okay. We'll see you. Okay, bye. Bye. They said bye, Randy.
Bye.
I was on a conference call with Howard and Tom, and I don't know who else. I think they were in their meeting. Said that sounded just about right. Well, they did sound right. That's what they're thinking. They really like to have some footage before. We'll try and get them at least one tornado before it gets dark. That would be nice. Well, I'm showing some stuff just to the east of Tulsa, kind of starting to look and make sure that just isn't an anomaly. It's not. This is going to be one of the first chases we've had at home in a long time. The one good thing about it is we know a lot of the roads in the area, so. storm should start going off in the next 3 hours. Kate says the focus looks out on camera. I've got an exit and a half mile up here. Is that what you've got?
Take exit 125. In a quarter mile, keep right at the fork. Follow signs for US 65 north. Keep right at the fork. Continue on US 65 north for 107 miles.
Kate, I just brought it up. Check down in the bottom right hand corner of your screen and look at that gear and make sure you don't have it set on 480. You can. We're streaming in HD, so you should be able to go ahead and crank it up wherever you need to. But I bet you've got that setting down on 480. Because I just looked at YouTube and it looked clean. I smell food.
Yeah, actually it's down to 240.
I bet that's your problem. I would say that was probably your problem.
Wow, you're right. It came right into focus when I switched it. Usually it doesn't do that, but this time it did.
Yeah, right now we're streaming in HD, so should be an excellent picture. Now, if we get in a bad data area, you guys will have to turn that back down on your stream, down to like 480 or something.
Gotcha, thanks.
We're in Pickles Gap.
Pickles Gap.
That's what the sign said. Never heard of it.
Yeah, we're probably not going to have real good service up through this area, especially when we get up toward the Missouri-Arkansas line, but that should all get a lot better once we get up around Springfield, Branson. We'll actually come through Branson from Arkansas into Branson on up to Springfield. Actually, if it is forming a little bit to our west, we can probably there at Ozark, you know, cut through. If we're wanting to get farther west instead of going on to Springfield.
Depending on where it's forming at. That interstate, you can travel a lot quicker. Just have to see.
Well, right now it's looking like it actually could be forming farther south than what we thought, if that continues to go right there. See if there's a new run out. And there is. Got one starting right at home. I mean, right on top of our houses at 20Z, which would be 2 o'clock. I'll check the tornado parameter on that. I mean, that is right at home. And we do have a slight, it's got a little tornado parameter on it. It's not just forming right there, so that's good. Well, we're saying home's right in the southwest corner of Missouri. Bouncing around there a little bit. They're just kind of forming all over the place right there about 3 o'clock. Some in Kansas, Oklahoma, right in the tri-state area. One little speck is showing up around Springfield. Then it starts moving northeast. Actually, we're putting it probably in the Springfield area about 23Z. Be 5 o'clock, wouldn't it? Let's see, it'd be, yeah, that's a little bit past there, between 4 and 5. So we should be there in time. It would just be nice if we can get on out down toward Joplin. We're just being safe and not getting behind this thing, because I'm going to check the speed on it again. $47 miles an hour. Tornado risk isn't going to be real hard on it right at that time, but it's going to increase as the day warms up with the heating and that. The more sunshine we get, probably the more this stuff's going to go off. Got about 72 degrees here.
By the time
right
you head to the bank and wait to get approved for a home loan, that
got our sound back. between Branson, yawning, between Branson and Joplin.
K-band.
If you see a place here that you think might have some breakfast sandwiches or something, we might pull in and gas up.
Probably lunch sandwiches. It's noon.
Well, maybe. We can pull in somewhere that have a sandwich so we can gas up. That ought to get us to Springfield. However you want to do it. I don't know what kind of, it's been so long since I've been up through here, I don't know what kind of places we've got to pick from up through here. Go through Harrison. There's a sound.
There were reports of 18 inches of snow in some areas, and so that's this blue area right here. You can see that snow moving its way off to the east right now. But again, in Phoenix, we've had a round of rain roll through, and right now there is already still a flash flood warning in effect for Yavapai County. And so there has already been reports of flash flooding in the streams and mountain areas here on Route 97.
I come up this road one time, boy, it was crooked.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So this flash flood
I
warning
used
is
to
in
travel
effect
quite a
until
bit
12:45
years
p.m. Mountain
ago.
Time. So
Bad.
definitely something to be on the lookout for.
Surely they've redone it since then.
It's 41 and sunny here in Redding. Over in Phoenix, you can see
The fire
still a
department
little
back
cloudy.
there, did you
Salt
see
Lake
getting
City
their
at
stuff
29,
ready?
A little bit of clouds, but that winter weather is still persisting for much
It's
of
got
the past.
everybody
You
in
can
the
see
get ready.
As we move throughout the day today, all of this snow coming
Yeah,
through
it does.
into the mountains. But again, California still looking great, staying clear. Phoenix, 65 degrees, and possibly some thunderstorms in the forecast. But we're actually going to send it over to Mark to get a little bit of an update on winter weather in another part of the country.
Yeah, well, the West has been doing great. Everyone else has really been lacking winter, and the snowhounds out there have really been on the struggle bus. I mean, look at Chicago. Chicago, the last inch snowfall, December 17th. I mean, we're shattering records for a winter season without even 1 inch snows. But that's not all. How about the first time in 146 years where we went all of January and all of February in Chicago with no snow? I mean, people have been walking on the lake shore, running on the path there. Just beautiful, beautiful weather. Until you get a little bit nervous about it because it's 35 degrees above average in the middle of summer. We wouldn't be celebrating quite so much. You look towards the Great Lakes. It's not just Chicago. How about Buffalo? Buffalo, you are in a deficit now of about 31 inches. 26 inches in the deficit in Cleveland. Erie and Pittsburgh running a deficit as well. I mean, Erie, you picked up almost 70 inches of snow. But you normally would see almost 15 inches more than that. So it all depends on what these areas are used to, and they're used to more snow than you would see. Here we go again, right? Another very warm setup. The warm air is all the way into Canada, so through the Great Lakes into the Northeast, it's all about the rain and the severe threat. The back edge of the precip, that's where we get a stretch of the imagination. Wednesday night, more of the same. Warm air still streaming up ahead of this cold front. So, again, when it comes to accumulating snow, there will be that pocket, 3 to 5, maybe 5 to 8. Not everyone's going to see that much, and you know what? It's been so warm on the ground that a lot of it's going to melt, basically, when the season starts to hit the ground. Now, Dr. Navarro was talking about the west. We still have that onshore flow. We still have snow in the Cascades of Washington, Oregon, Intermountain West, seeing some snow. That will continue as we go through the rest of the day. Maybe eventually some of this action bends a little bit further south again into Northern California. It's been a while since we've had one of the massive storms, a while this winter in the West, meaning, what, a week? A slight break, we'll say that, since we've had the big storms a little bit further south. That said, we are still way in the surplus, approaching 20% for some of these peaks, 200% I should say, for some of these peaks, Alex, with regards to the seasonal snow.
All right, Mark. Well, damaging hail, winds, isolated tornadoes. We're going to let you know who's at risk for the severe weather now and who's going to deal with it overnight.
On Weather Center Live, the threat for severe weather, storms barreling east from the southern plains to the Great Lakes. We'll show you who's at risk for these damaging storms.
Plus, rain in the north. Cities that normally get hit with snow this time of year dealing with storms. How long this unusual weather pattern will last as the month of February comes to an end. Hi there, welcome into Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace.
And I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott. We are tracking the threat for severe storms that could impact more than 60 million people today.
And I'm Dr. Erica Navarro, and these storms could also spin up some tornadoes all the way from the Mississippi Valley up to the Great Lakes.
Yeah, you know, severe weather potential in the Tennessee Valley, along the Mississippi River. You're included in this as well. It seems like just about everybody from the center of the country eastbound, if not today or tonight, the next couple of days, you'll be in the mix.
Yeah, very active next couple of days, no doubt about it here. And not just days, but even nights. We'll have to watch very closely as well. Let's bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. He's watching some of these storms that are ongoing. And already this morning, Carl, we've had some hailers out there.
We have indeed, and a very energetic atmosphere right now. The linchpin in all of this is a tremendous upper feature which really stands out on the water vapor picture. Take a look at where these really strong upper level winds are now driving across the southern plains and out into the middle of the country. You've got tremendous lift associated with that and a lot of what is called deep layer shear as well. And we're also seeing a real increase in the low level wind fields, pulling up warm and humid air well up into the northern plains, into the Midwest, in areas where we typically don't see that much warmth at this time of the year. It is 70 now in Kansas City and 72 in St. Louis, and that's a big part of what is going to fuel this severe weather threat. So looking at this afternoon, this is 6 o'clock Central Time, you've got this tremendous co-location of deep layer shear, which favors more organized storm structures and low-level warmth and humidity. But in addition to that, there is also quite a bit of low-level shear, where you've got surface winds coming out of the south, and then you've got winds at about a mile up coming out of the southwest. Now, the reason why that's really important is this is almost an orthogonal difference in wind here in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. So when you've got the lowest level, the surface flow going into the storm and a flow that's coming across that, it creates a roll in that surface flow, and that rolling is then ingested by the developing storm, and it starts to spin, and that's how we get a rotating storm that can produce tornadoes. And the models have been pretty consistent about showing us that type of storm. This is one of our high-resolution models, and this is not to say that this is exactly where the storms are going to fire, but rather it's to give you an idea of what type of storms we might see, where generally they might occur. Now notice this area, there's stronger storms coming up towards Chicago there, northern Illinois late this afternoon. It's going to be very close to the warm front. A lot of turning of the wind right along the warm front as well. That's an area that we'll need to watch. We see some discrete cells breaking out of parts of Illinois as well as Missouri into late afternoon. More strong storms right along the 70 corridor today, late this evening into, say, 10 o'clock tonight. So supercell storms that are capable of all modes of severe weather, very large hail, maybe 2 inches plus, damaging winds, strong tornadoes will be a possibility. And this threat is going to extend well into the evening hours, so it's going to be really serious for a long period of time. So please do have a way to be notified before you go to bed if you live in these areas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, even parts of Arkansas and Kentucky as well. Could be some strong storms well after dark. So with all that in mind, let's take a look at our severe potential area here. Torcon values are the highest that we've seen in a good while, looking at a 6 out of 10, and that is centered on southeastern Missouri and northeastern parts of Arkansas, as well as Illinois. We're also looking at a 5 out of 10 in eastern Oklahoma and northwestern parts of Arkansas. And then as we take a look at tonight's forecast, you see there's virtually no change here, looking at a 6 out of 10, once again in the very same area in southeastern Missouri and northeastern Arkansas. So that's really testament to the dynamism of this storm. You've got really strong wind fields. Even though you're losing daytime heating, the low-level winds are going to be so strong that where storms can pop up, they're going to be able to tap into that wind shear and start to rotate. Some other values to tell you about here. Look at that. Northern Illinois, northern Indiana. Tonight, 5 out of 10. That's very close to Chicago. And then looking at a 4 out of 10 there in western parts of Tennessee. And this threat is going to extend into tomorrow in the east. And Dr. Carl has more on that for us.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. As he just mentioned, this tornado and severe weather threat will persist throughout the night and into tomorrow evening for you on the East Coast. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at that potential for tomorrow. As you can see here, this giant red swath across the majority of the eastern U.S., extending as far south as Louisiana all the way up into New Jersey and even into Pennsylvania, showing you the potential for damaging winds, some hail, as well as heavy rainfall for this region. There is currently a torcon of 3 up for the majority of this area. That is a 30% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius, so that is not zero. Again, this is something we want you to be paying attention to as you move into tomorrow so that you can be prepared. So now, as Carl mentioned, there is an appreciable warm front here with a lot of moisture in place. There is also strong low-level winds, as well as this developing system coming in with these strong winds aloft. So there is a lot of rotation going to be present in the atmosphere, which could help fuel this potential for severe weather. Let's go ahead and take a look at your future radar. So this is showing you the forecast for tomorrow morning. And so by lunchtime, you can see that this line of storms is trying to form across the Ohio Valley and even down into Louisiana.
job with them. Did come up through here, I think it was last year. Got right in here somewhere, and boy, I just couldn't keep my eyes open. I pulled over and slept parking lot right along here. Damascus. This is where Larry bought his horse he named Damascus.
Oh, really?
Yep, that's how he got its name.
Taking a look right here at the radar, showing you some storms already rolling its way through Tennessee and Kentucky. Take a look at that lightning right there. So many lightning strikes. And so, as Brianna's zooming in here, the weather producer showing you 637 strikes right there in this area. Again, a very active day. And lightning is almost severe. This is not something that you should not be taking seriously. We definitely, somebody there's already been struck by lightning, unfortunately. So again, this is something that you should be aware of. And so zooming in right here into northern Georgia, you can see just north of Rome, there are cells rolling through, possibly some heavy rain and some wind associated with that. So if you are traveling north or south on I-75, be prepared. You may get impacted by these thunderstorms. Alex, over to you.
All right, next was Dr. Paul. Now we had a look farther along to the board checking on Cleveland right now in the upper 50s at times. We're seeing some winds on the dusty side. Cloudy skies for you at the moment, and eventually we're going to start to see rain showers and storms move on in now. It's going to take until we get into the stadium to see that opportunity is there, of course, there in the city. So let's talk about how your next couple of days will play out in Cleveland. Today, mostly looking at cloudy skies there, and then we have tonight some of those storms coming on in, and even into Wednesday. What happens here to get the Wednesday night temperatures dipped to 31, and now we change over to a little snow recently. Some of that rain, we're seeing snow right now. Parts of South Dakota, up through Minnesota, really starting to really light snow. That's pretty well there. Some of that's going to start to filter towards the south and east as we move in the coming days. Bring us a little bit of light snow in these areas around the Great Lakes. So here's how things will play out. There's your timestamp in the afternoon here. You'll see some showers and storms here along the line. We'll travel down to continue on in the east with Atlantic movement. This is about 10 o'clock now, of course. Showers and storms, Chicago, is most severe. Detroit, Cleveland as well. Seeing some wet weather even up there on the East Coast. Things are going to be a bit mid-70 tonight. Overnight, of course, Springfield and some of those going to be severe. Majority of the night area. And then comes that snow on the backside of this is some cold earth begins to push on in. So there's North Michigan, Wednesday evening. We're seeing some snow showers there. Traverse City down towards Detroit. And then Thursday, overnight Thursday, into Thursday morning, I should say, snow right around the Great Lakes now. Not and then on the higher end of the scale, southern parts of Wisconsin, Michigan, it's hard to talk snow. It has been so warm in the month of February. The amount of records that we've seen are just staggering. These are the record highs, whether they're daily, monthly, or all-time records. 6,265 of them. As for the cold records, we've only seen 96 for record lows. That is 65 to 1 or so. That is quite
more up there.
The difference on the record scale. You know, if everything were equal,
That's where they have
numbers of records, and even if
truck
it were
wagon
extreme, like
Where's that? Clinton?
yeah, highs and lows, these numbers would be lows. Not so much. We're still adding into the record high zone for today, including around the Great Lakes, including in the southeast and northeast corridor. You'll have some of these. In fact, right now, we're already seeing temperatures that are above our average highs by far.
Joplin by 4. It just depends where we see these first things pop at. Charles is at Neosho right now. Oh, that's him. I wouldn't go too much farther. I'd hold right in there. That warm front's just to the east of Springfield. I'm wondering how that'll play into today. Triple points out by Wichita. Guys that hadn't got to be here, we're right in the middle of the Ozark Mountains right now. Kind of anxious. I should have washed the windows while we was stopped. I forgot. People asking about questions about how we figured out where we was going to go, and that was, it's kind of hard to tell you how we figured that out because we've been doing it since yesterday and we probably still don't know where we're going.
Outside and immediately start to melt, so it just goes to show you how it is. Let's talk about the actual temps here. We're going to show you 77 today, but you can forward down around.
Right now, some of the models are showing starting to fire around Joplin, and it's going to be all over Missouri. If you're anywhere southeast of Kansas City, east of Kansas City, south of Kansas City, you could be in it. actually seems like all the storms are going to funnel through St. Louis. So if you're in St. Louis, you may have a lot of round storms. Some showing just to the north, some just to the south. So just kind of all around it.
And all that warm weather is just one of the factors behind the formation of severe weather and tornadoes. Meteorologist Mike Bettis explains another contribution. Another key factor in forming severe weather and tornadoes. And there are two common ways to get lift in the atmosphere.
There you
First,
go, view.
a cold front. It's the leading edge of cool, dry air dancing on warm, moist air. Temperatures and dew points behind a cold front are very low, and that air is very dense, undercutting
Ozark
moist
Mountains.
air with high temperatures and high dew points. That, of course, creates lift in the atmosphere. And
We
as
live
the
right on the,
rises,
I guess you could probably say the northern, kind of the northwest fringes of them.
generally speaking, stronger thunderstorms. Now, the other way we can get lift in the atmosphere is by generating a surface low pressure. And remember, the airflow around low pressure is inward and counterclockwise. More moist, converging air that has to go somewhere. It can't go down, so it's forced up. It's that lift that again forms clouds and thunderstorms. Greater potential for tornadoes.
Wind, hail, and strong winds, and chance for tornadoes. There's a 60% chance of seeing a tornado in a 50-mile radius. Then, who's at risk for severe weather and tomorrow?
What highway numbers that say what? Oh, I guess. Don't know that I've ever been on this highway. Go across this here. Actually, about 6 o'clock this afternoon, just south of Kansas City, shows a pretty good bunch of them lighting up. We will probably be in a bad area for a couple hours, I think. Have good internet now, but I don't know how long it will last. We're headed from Little Rock, Arkansas to Springfield, Missouri. Facebook Live.
Just one little town after another coming up through here.
I didn't realize that there's many towns up through here, did you?
Yeah, I knew there was. gotten bigger.
Oh, that might be.
More stoplights.
Like when I come down through here before in daylight and that, I don't think there was any stoplights hardly down through here. We're thinking the storm should be forming around 3 or 4. Now, I was talking Central Time. You can see here. Well, it's a hazy day, isn't it?
Alex, what we are watching now is a very powerful upper-level system making its way through the middle of the country with attendant very strong wind fields. We're talking about mid-level winds, deep layer shear that powers supercell storms, low-level winds bringing warm and humid air well to the north. This is a look at the jet stream aloft here. That's that very strong jet driving into the central plains as we speak. And then as we go down to the surface and show you that warm air that is streaming northward, it really is remarkable. It is 70 in Kansas City right now. The average height this time of the year is right around 50 degrees. An enormous warm sector coming up and through the Midwest and the plains, well north of where it typically does at this time of the year. And
our icon's still down by
temperatures coming up through the 70s now in
Little
Missouri,
Rock.
but that's been with a lot of cloud cover today. Those mid-level, high-level clouds now just beginning to thin out a little bit. You notice we're seeing a couple of showers here, but no development as of yet. But as we see more sunshine in this warm sector, this is the area that we think is going to go later today. We are likely to see some very strong storms as a result. Here is the look at the low-level winds, and this is a big part of what is driving the tornado threat today. Surface winds coming up from the south there in orange, winds at about a mile up coming out of the southwest very rapidly, around 50 miles per hour. So that's a nearly orthogonal wind profile there in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, the wind shear. And that's important because the storm inflow is what is driving warm and humid air into the storm. That's fueling the storm. Then you've got flow that comes across that. That creates a rolling motion in that storm inflow, and that then is ingested by the storm. So the whole thing begins to rotate. And that's the definition of a supercell storm. And with the supercell storm, you've got a lot of threats, including tornadoes, but also very large hail. That is going to be a worry going through this afternoon and this evening. So here's the model forecast. This is one high popping up. Look at that, northern Illinois late this afternoon. Now that's going to be really close to the warm front where you see a lot of turning of the winds in the low levels, so there could be some rotation on those storms. And we start to see some discrete cells popping up there in southern parts of Missouri, and then more of that going into, say, 7 o'clock. That's going to be one of the areas where there's a tremendous amount of low-level shear, so there could be some tornadoes. And then a lot of this is going to grow upscale into a big linear convective system with which we will see more of a damaging wind threat, but there could be some little swirls within that line that produce tornadoes, and we'll continue to see that large hail threat. And these storms are going to go well into the evening hours, right through the overnight, so you really do have to have a way to be notified of potential severe weather. Here's a look at the area of concern for today. The Torcon values are fairly high. We're looking at a 6 out of 10 centered on Missouri and Arkansas, and also a 5 out of 10 to the west. In southern parts of Illinois, that's because you've got a very dynamic system. And we're also looking at a 5 out of 10 in northern Illinois and in northern Indiana. So we think it's going to be a rough late afternoon, evening, and overnight. And that severe threat will continue into tomorrow as well. Here's Eric with more on that.
Yes, thank you, Carl. Exactly. This threat will continue. Gusty conditions. Then we add the hail threat. Look at this. Much of that same area also has a very high hail threat because we're going to see these huge towering thunderstorms. That's not to say that we can't also see tornadoes. In fact, there's plenty of shear in the environment, plenty of that spin, which will help to give us these organized thunderstorms, and then that can be translated down to the small-scale spin of a tornado. So for tomorrow, that threat continues. Nashville, Columbus, Ohio, Birmingham, Alabama, all 3 out of 10 on the Torcons, including some nighttime threats from Tuesday night into Wednesday for the continued threat of storms in Birmingham. Alex.
All right, Mark, meanwhile, we check in on lower Michigan. Detroit right now, flags looking around. We're seeing a bit of wind gusting at times at the airport, close to 20 miles an hour. Fog being reported above airport at times. So kind of a grayish time for you at this time, at this hour, as we had some wet weather earlier today, some light showers under the morning hours. Now that is sort of fizzled out a bit. Today we could be looking at more showers and even storms moving on in. So this is the radar picture going back a couple of hours, showing you here some of those showers that moved on through. Now we're looking dry, but we zoom out a bit more. Storms now moving across northern lower Michigan, where we could see anywhere from 5 or maybe even 8 inches of snow.
Oh my. I don't remember the last time I seen one of them modern. It might have been around Dodge City. St. Louis South, kind of where it's at.
Memphis North.
North, it don't even go into the boot hill. It's from the top of the boot hill up.
That's pretty close.
Several tornadoes, a few intense, widespread large hail, some baseball size. Well, I ain't seen that in a long time. Several tornadoes expected, intense, widespread large hail, some baseball size. Severe thunderstorms are expected to develop from portions of the lower Mississippi Valley into the Ohio Valley through tonight. Strong tornadoes will be possible, especially across portions of the lower and middle Ohio Valley. Otherwise, large hail and damaging winds are expected. And middle Ohio Valley is where they're expecting the most severe. I think we only had 2 or 3 of them last year, and we're not even into March yet and already got one.
Yeah.
will be after a while. We're gonna go up to Springfield and catch them when they first form, and then we're gonna head that direction. Try to get them something before it gets dark. Where are you at? Where at? Little Rock. My work. Looks like I seen a model a while ago. They was running a model on the Weather Channel when I was watching. It looked like a big line coming in through there late this evening or tonight. Well, might be a good choice. Yeah, but it could be a big day too. I don't think that. Yeah. I don't think that most of that's supposed to start over there around the Boot Hill and that until late this evening tonight, isn't it? They're showing them forming up actually where we live up there around Springfield and that around 4 o'clock, and we're going to just take it east to the river and then probably drop down there in the southern part, Cape Girardeau or something. Hello? Oh, I thought I lost you. Yeah. Now, actually, I don't know what the deal is, why my icon's still down there. Actually, yeah, we're plumb, where are we at, Randy? We're not very far. We're just about a couple hours from Springfield. I've been trying to get my icon to move, but I don't know why it's stuck down there. And no, I'm using the app for the computer. That'll do it? Okay. Okay, you too. We'll see you. Bye. Okay, bye. going down to Little Rock.
Who?
Brandon Clemens. Right here is what they actually put for the tornado parameter for now. See that right there, the little narrow.
Little Rock to Memphis. Franklin, Arkansas.
this forward, we go into tonight, there is an area to watch. Back Green Bay through Wisconsin into Michigan, into Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's where there could be some snow. It's going to be hard to pick up good snowfall across this area because the ground is still warm. So even as the snow is falling, it's going to start to melt. There will be a little bit of cool air on the backside of our system, but far and away, the best moisture availability is here across the Mid-Atlantic, where there will be rain and thunderstorms and severe weather, not snow. As we do wrap in that cool air, we do wind up with a potential of 3 to 5 inches of snow here, largely centered on southern portions of Wisconsin. Chicago, maybe you see an inch on the end of your precipitation, but again, a lot of it will fall in the form of rain. In the west, Seattle, looks like we dropped out the radar there, but there is still some snow over the Cascades. You can see that in the Oregon Cascades, the Intermountain West will see some snow. And as we move this forward through the rest of the day, that'll be the story. Onshore flow continuing, some valley and coastal rains, higher elevation snows. Now the very snowy season is continuing there.
If this pans out, Randy, we hit St. Louis with this storm. If we turn and go south down here into that would be like at 7 o'clock. That's what it's showing getting there. Turn and go south. It shows it building down there down here about 10 o'clock, something like that. Might be able to catch them. I don't know. It'll change again. But it's starting to just out here in a little ways west in northeast Oklahoma, you can see it just kind of wanting to build up. Just won't quite do it.
Right now on Weather Center Live, it's a threat for severe weather again. Storms barreling east from the southern plains, Great Lakes. We'll show you who's at risk for damaging weather. And I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott. We are tracking that threat for severe storms that could impact more than 60 million people today.
And I'm Dr. Erica Navarro, and these
And if you guys, you can watch my stream on YouTube if you want to. Just go to Kelly Williamson on YouTube.
That's impacted here with regards to severe weather. You're looking in the Tennessee Valley, the Mississippi Valley, and then all the way up to the Great Lakes where we've already had severe storms. Alex, look at that view in Nashville right now.
Yeah, certainly some dark sky showing up there before we get this time. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be the scenario here for us in a lot of areas. It's pretty large real estate that's going to be dealing with this risk for severe storms. Let's get the very latest on who's going to be dealing with it now with our storm specialist, Paul.
You know, a lot of times we talk about that severe weather potential, maximizing it late
I told us there wasn't any problem with, how much you put out.
You've got such a powerful, such a dynamic system that the severe threat is going to extend well into the evening and even into the upright hours. Here's the trigger and all that very powerful upper level feature here that's a jet stream in the atmosphere, very strong mid-level winds associated with that, low-level winds as well. And that's also helping to power a strong surface low, which is crowding up more
we can handle it.
Mexico's temperatures are
they said they can handle it.
Yeah.
At this time of the year, about 20 degrees and more as compared to average late February temperatures. Look at that, 75 degrees already now in Springfield, Missouri. And what's amazing about that is we actually haven't had a whole lot of sunshine so far today. The high clouds now just beginning to really get out across southern parts of Missouri. And so that is going to set the stage for the instability that is necessary to really get things going. We're not seeing a lot of development as of yet, but more towards late afternoon, things should really get going there across Missouri and parts of Illinois, and also into Kentucky and Indiana.
Hey, Denver,
Ohio as well.
He said no problem. You had a system now can handle it.
Part of the story. So the surface winds are there in orange. And by the way, this is a forecast product. We're looking at 6 o'clock. o'clock Central Time, so we're pushing a little forward in time. You got surface winds coming out of the south there for the most part, and then you've got winds at about a mile up in the atmosphere that are coming out of the southwest, and very rapidly everything that we've got painted on there is wind of 50 miles per hour or greater. So there's a tremendous amount of turning of the wind in the lowest levels of the atmosphere and speed shear as well. And when you've got that kind of change in wind direction and speed in those lowest layers of the atmosphere, that creates rolling, which is then ingested by storms. That gets the storm spinning, and that leads to possible tornadoes. And there could be strong tornadoes with these storms today, in addition to the threat of large hail and damaging wind. Now, this is a high-resolution model, and it changes quite a bit, so it's not meant to be taken verbatim. It's not as if though we're saying this is exactly where the storms are going to be. Rather, we're looking for the ideas here, the general concepts. And you notice some storms breaking out perhaps in Illinois towards late afternoon, and near that warm front where there could be a lot of turning of the winds. Maybe we start to see some development along the 44 corridor. Maybe that ramps up there along I-70. You notice some individual cells. That's what we really want to pay attention to there. Right around the confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys, you see a tremendous amount of low-level wind shear in that area. And if there are discrete cells that get going, even well into the evening hours, we're going to be talking about rotating storms with, again, possibly strong tornadoes, southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, southern parts of Illinois and Indiana, and also parts of Kentucky right along the Ohio River Valley. You notice also this line of storms that starts to grow, some discrete cells along the tail end of that. With a line of storms, you see a damaging wind threat, but there certainly can be little spins that develop within that line. And you also notice that we see a lot more growth, a lot more development going well into the overnight. This is going into 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning. Still a huge complex of storms there, southern parts of Illinois and Indiana, and also there in parts of Missouri and Arkansas. Look at that, a couple of real strong cells as depicted by the model. So again, it may not happen exactly like this, but it's giving you an idea of how things may go down. So here's our forecast, and we've got Torcon values that are very healthy. We're talking about a 6 out of 10 southeastern parts of Missouri as well as northeastern Arkansas, and looking at a 5 out of 10 in the parts of Oklahoma and also northwestern Arkansas, say around Fort Smith. But then that threat continues into tonight. And look at this, 6 out of 10 continues tonight there in southeastern Missouri.
What them tall weeds are over there? See them along there, how tall them things are?
They be cannabis.
And keep in mind that there's going to be more severe weather tomorrow. Here's our tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. So out ahead of this cold front that's advancing through in this warm region that we've been talking about, this is where we could expect to see severe weather again tomorrow for many of you on the eastern U.S. So this is a look right here at our severe and thunderstorm threat for tomorrow. And again, this red swath extends over most of the eastern United States, as far south as Mississippi and Alabama, and even up into Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So within this area, we have a Torcon of 3. That is a 30% chance of tornado for many of these areas, including all of Tennessee and even into Kentucky and again into West Virginia. And the reason for this, we have a ton of moisture in play out ahead of this front, in addition to these very strong winds that Carl has been describing. And so we have here the potential, all of the ingredients in play to get us this severe weather system. And that is exactly what our models have been showing us. So these models are our guidance. And what they have been saying, as Carl has picked up on, for tomorrow, this line of thunderstorms that begins advancing off to the east pretty much through the morning and into the afternoon. So just around lunchtime, you can see that front now moving across Ohio and into Kentucky and now into West Virginia. By 5 o'clock, this system appears to arrive just outside of D.C. So this will be very impactful for your travel while you are on the roads on the way out. And so this storm continues to move down into the south so that we can see here across South Carolina, again, even into Georgia, this line of storms bringing a threat for some damaging winds. And now Mark is going to give us a little bit closer look at the timing for a couple of those cities in the southeast.
Yeah, and it does include some nighttime threats. You gotta have a way to get those warnings tonight. Paducah, Kentucky, today into tonight, a 5 out of 10. 6 out of 10 in Little Rock. That's a 60% chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius. And in Memphis, the biggest threat time is also at night. Tonight into early Wednesday, we'll have some storms coming on through. They could be quite strong. And then we go a little bit further north, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, between 40 and 60% chances for all these cities as well of seeing tornadoes within any 50-mile radius.
Still ain't got this thing figured out on answering calls.
Just put push it one time and wait.
Top button or the bottom button? Middle button?
The middle button. Just push it one time and you gotta wait. It's really delayed. I think what's happening, you're pushing it once, then pushing it a second time, and that mutes it, I think, or shuts it off. I can't believe we're still streaming full strength all the way down through that thing, 5,000 bit.
Yeah, you guys are still looking pretty good right now. It's trying to form out at the edge of Oklahoma. It hasn't done it yet, so you're probably good till I'd be looking at around 3. Just keep an eye on it. It starts getting close to that Missouri line. I'll do my best to call you. You got the weather app on your phone too, don't you? Something that shows the radar. Do you have radar scope? You might download radar scope. And then if you want to download the professional version of it, it's $3 or $6 you have to do. But you're looking good for now. Okay, bye.
Do you remember that guy's name?
He was setting up the stream on...
GPS signal lost.
He was setting up their equipment on Thursday, kind of a short, younger guy.
Oh, he told me now, he said Nathan only paid for the 1,500 level for old guys.
It wasn't a younger guy, it was the guy that had the holes in his pants.
onto Searcy 404 highway, then turn right onto US 65 north.
That's been like that. That's just kind of cluttery stuff.
Turn, your
Not
deal
yet.
said turn.
I don't know.
Harrison is straight.
I may have lost it. I was headed down here. But yeah, searching for GPS. sun's still showing one at a little stronger though at right at home, going off at 20Z. That'd be 2 o'clock. That's about 45 minutes. Springfield about 21, so that's 3 o'clock. Maybe the next run will slow it down. Held up like this, the internet down through these mountains. They may have worked on hole 65 down through here all the way.
This year, Chevy's received more J.D. Power Initial Quality Awards than any other car brand. And the year before that. Chevy's received more J.D. Power Initial Quality Awards than any other car brand 4 years in a row. This cools, condenses, and forms some thunderstorms. Strong with a cold front, generally speaking, stronger with thunderstorms. Now, the up way we can get lift in the atmosphere is by generating a surface low pressure. And remember, the airflow around low pressure is inward and counterclockwise. More moist, converging air that then has to go somewhere. It can't go down, so it's forced.
Just an hour and 30 minutes from Springfield.
Then again, forms clouds and thunderstorms and the greater potential for tornadoes.
Damaging wind, strong winds, and the chance for tornadoes, where there's a 60% chance of seeing a tornado in a 50-mile radius. Be right back.
where we're at now. A long time ago right here, we always used to stop here and eat. It was a heck of a little eating joint. It was right there. When we go fishing down on Bull Shoals.
Yeah.
I'm seeing one going up just a little bit more, maybe one right here to the east of Springfield, just a little bit. Really little though. May just be, we'll see. Down there west of Pineville, just now starting to go off.
Festivities, the end of Mardi Gras have been ongoing. Lots of people here feeling like summertime, low 80s, high humidity. Sticky times there. Meanwhile, in Louisville, things are gray, cloudy.
Little bitty spot. They're trying.
Is that risk for strong to severe storms stretches quite a ways from different parts of the Gulf.
One more out to the west of it in Oklahoma, so we're not far off. Thing is, if them do go off, they're in a pretty good Cassville.
This is a very strong upper level feature, which is now moving across the middle of the country. You can see it here in the satellite picture, and we've got the upper level winds over top of that. So here's that jet streak, as we call it, driving right over into the Central Plains. And so with that, we're going to see a lot of lift in the atmosphere and very strong wind fields at several levels of the atmosphere. Also at the surface, you've got strong surface low pressure, and look at the flow of warm air that is coming up right across parts of the middle Mississippi Valley and the Central Plains. So typically we get up to about 50 in Kansas City at this time of the year. It's 71 right now, it's 75 in Springfield, and we've actually had a lot of cloud cover for a lot of the day today. A lot of mid and high level cloud that's just now beginning to thin out. You see a little bit of development now right around the intersection of Kansas and Oklahoma and Missouri, but the greatest height falls, which is to say the greatest lift in the atmosphere, is still fairly far to the west in central parts of Kansas. But later today, this is looking at a model forecast 6 p.m. We're going to see those strong upper and mid-level winds move right over top of these areas where it is warm and humid, and we should start to see some development across parts of Missouri and also in Illinois. We're also going to see a lot of shear in the lowest levels of the atmosphere There's one model forecast, and it may not be exactly the way that it happens, but it's meant to give you an idea, sort of a flavor for the way it's going to happen. You see some development across parts of Illinois here in Indiana into this evening, with stronger storms firing in Missouri, maybe near St. Louis and along 44, as well as farther west along I-70. And there could be some discrete cells, some individual supercell storms that get going there right near the confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys, coming across southern parts of Illinois, southern parts of Indiana, and that's where we're going to see a tremendous amount of low-level wind shear and instability that would be supportive of very strong storms, possible strong tornadoes, large hail, and a damaging wind threat.
10 o'clock. It's that sound. I don't know why it's got to do that.
So make sure there's something that can wake you up, whether it's your cell phone. To fire in these Route 10 in northwestern Arkansas near Fort Smith. Now the threat really does not change going into late tonight. Let's get a look more on that.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, and so while these storms are persisting and perhaps even firing up overnight, they will continue to persist even into tomorrow as we move throughout the day. And so right now, here is our severe and thunderstorm outlook for tomorrow, showing you this very broad region across the eastern United States in the threat for both damaging winds, hail, and potentially even a tornado. There is a torcon of 3 up right now for southern Ohio, Kentucky, and even into Tennessee. A tornado in some of these areas.
probably go north of Cassville. Charles is already headed to Springfield. He's seeing the one going off east of Springfield. South Lebanon's the one that's really starting to kick off now. Looks like that's gonna head kind of toward Monette.
Following severe weather, or at least that
not much.
We've been following this cluster of storms as it went over Lake Michigan, now getting better organized again in northern Michigan itself. If you're traveling up north on 75, these storms are going to roll right over the highway.
Yeah, exactly. These storms are just rolling through northern Michigan. A lot of lightning associated with that. But further south, we can even see this broad swath of rain and even some thunderstorms here, all the way from West Virginia down into Atlanta.
Yeah, and no severe warnings on these at the moment, but this is just the beginning of the day and the beginning of the setup. You can notice here that these storms are also doing some training, going west to east over the same counties again and again, especially there in northwest Georgia.
76
there
degrees.
Between Rome and Chattanooga for some flooding. And again, it's I-75, which will be difficult travel.
Yeah, a little further north here as we move up into West Virginia, you can see a lot of rain and lightning there along I-77 and I-84 near Charleston. Looking like a pretty messy day out there for those of you on the road. Well, 61 million people could see severe weather today. With this increasing threat for tornadoes, Storm Tracker Jim Cantori explains how they
This
form.
one's got a marker on it.
Let's talk about the anatomy of a tornado. It starts with a supercell, a rotating thunderstorm. But on these tornadoes, there is one thing that clearly stands
44
out.
mile an hour.
Radar. It's called a hook echo. And that hook echo is a little appendage on the southern flank of the storm. We know that these storms aren't flat. They're in the vertical, 40, 50, 60,000 feet. So let's pull this thing up and look at it. Because
it's going south of 44.
And as massive as it is, look at what's going on. It's just a small part, but the most violent part of that supercell is right there in that tornado. So let's lift the base of this and talk a little bit about tornadogenesis, because a lot of the research in the past several years has gone into what actually kicks off the tornado supercell. It stands out. You can sometimes see this when you're in the field. It is called the rear flank downdraft tornado. Upper level winds can come down, rapidly come through the backside, and if that
one southwest
is super cold,
home's not going. This one up here is going on us.
Kelly, where's the one you said was firing up, getting down?
Just to the southeast of Lebanon. I'm looking at the Springfield radar.
And you saw it on the video that we just showed. It's a wall cloud. It's the base of the thunderstorm beginning to lower. Tremendous violent motion. Sometimes these whole wall clouds are rotating. Sometimes you just see the air coming up into a wall cloud. But when the wall cloud starts to produce a funnel, and whether that funnel is on the ground or not, as a tornado, the problem is when you see debris on the ground, you know you've got a tornado. And the debris cloud is the last place you want to be, because within that, you've got trees, you've got homes, you've got cars.
Okay, thanks.
Centrifuged out. And some of the stronger tornadoes,
that thing's already went red.
Right around that immediate funnel. And that
it's
is
going up.
upward motion right on the outside of that tornado, followed by inward motion, sinking motion on the inside.
What's a little sucker?
Amazing feat of nature. And no country in the world has more tornadoes than
well,
the
I'll tell you what,
States.
you'll be able to see these things.
That's more than 10
blue
times
sky,
any other country.
clear.
Oh yes, we continue to follow severe weather, which is severe for the rest of the day. It's not just about hail and wind. You heard Jim talking about that tornado threat. Still with us, right? We've got a 6 out of 10 across portions of Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois. To the west from there, a 5 out of 10, a 50% chance of seeing a tornado within any 50-mile radius. Western Tennessee, 4 out of 10. For you, these are not zero, guys, right? You have that potential of seeing tornadoes right on through. So, when you're going to hear this kind of nomenclature through the rest of the day into tonight, watch is issued. It means conditions are favorable for seeing these kinds of storms. Once a warning is issued, it means that a tornado or a severe thunderstorm is imminent. You have to go into your safe place. Again, remember, these storms could continue through the night, so have a way to get those watches and warnings even after you go to bed.
Out for Stormview Live. I hadn't heard anybody talking or anything. Didn't know. Yeah, the one south of west of Cassville now is got a little marker on it. Moving 47 knots. knots. It's at 8,500 feet, it says. This one here is up to 2,100, so. We're going to be at Springfield, it says, in 1 hour and 3 minutes.
In a half mile, keep left to continue on.
This shows it's going to be up there at that time. So we've got that set just right. I just didn't anticipate that one.
Keep left to continue on US 65 North. Continue on US 65 North for 67 miles.
They're having trouble with Severe Studios seeing things today. All that stuff was supposed to have been fixed, wasn't it?
Yep.
S-Q-U-I-C-K-Y. What's that mean?
What is it?
S-Q-U-C-K-Y. S-Q-U-I-C-K-Y. Squid. I don't know exactly what that means, I don't guess. Evidently it's not working right. No rotation in it yet. That thing may go. A lot of times when you got an atmosphere that's like this, when that thing goes off, it'll shoot up so fast that it just.
That's squicky. It's a made-up word, Kelly. Like weird.
Okay. I take it they're having trouble with it today. Probably why we've got so many viewers today.
That one looked like it's
I
going
have a
to
few
get
of them.
Sheffield.
Probably easy just smiling nod.
No, last time I looked at it, it
What are you
was.
doing now?
Yeah, they are.
It's headed north of Cassville. It's not even. It looks like it's actually even going to go maybe.
It looks like the one that's west of you is going to go, Kelly said, just north of Cassville.
North of Monette, even maybe.
North of Monette, maybe. So it looks like it's going to miss the first one. You can download that, I think it's radar scope. That does a pretty good job.
Actually, right now there's some starting to form just south of Wheaton.
But there is some starting to form just south of Wheaton. Yeah. So just keep your eye out. Okay, bye.
Sometimes that's a good sign of one big one. You know, when you get a lot of little ones popping up like that, then we'll put together. A lot of times that could be turn into a bigger one. Anyway, that's one we're playing anyway. Okay, we got a warning out now. Mesoscale discussion.
Well, heavy rains are spawning rivers of water in San Diego County, California.
As of early this afternoon, a prefrontal warm sector continues to destable over the lower to mid-Mississippi down. involved in shallow cumulus development across Arkansas. Let's see. They circled the whole thing. That's big. I just zoomed out. That's the whole area.
Anderson's got a marker on it now.
Yeah. Well, the low level winds are kicking in, aren't they? Can't get its act together.
Very impressive.
It can't break the cap. It's even already got a hail marker on it. 0.43 inch hail.
the surface. The other big part of this is that, of course, it is very warm for this time of the year.
Little dude's going to try it again here to get up.
71 degrees in Kansas City.
Yeah, just
top out at about 50 at this time of the year. So
it'll go up, not fall back down. Go up, fall back down.
As well as into the middle Mississippi Valley and the Midwest. And within that area, we expect to see very strong storms developing. And just now hearing from the Storm Prediction Center that a tornado watch is likely to be issued. They're giving it an 80% chance, and that extending from southern parts of Missouri, right along the 44 corridor, near the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers there, and then down into much of northern parts of Arkansas as well. That is not a big surprise because we've got a tremendous amount of wind shear in the lowest levels of the atmosphere developing. This is a look at the forecast for 6 o'clock Central Time, and you see the winds coming out of the south there at the surface, and winds coming out of the southwest very quickly, over 50 miles per hour in many areas in that bluish color. And the reason why that's important is because that low level flow is what is delivering warm and humid air into the developing thunderstorm. And when you get flow coming across that creates a rotation in that low level flow, which is then
welcome to Missouri.
Yeah. Themselves begin to rotate at that point. There's a very good chance that that is going to happen through late afternoon and through the evening, even in the overnight hours. Now, here's one of our high-resolution model forecasts showing you that there could be some development in parts of Illinois and Missouri going into late afternoon. One area that we want to watch in particular is from Arkansas and through Missouri, right in there, going into late tonight. There'll be some individual, discrete supercell storms that could produce not only strong tornadoes, but large hail and damaging wind. And then we'll likely see a linear convective system with a damaging wind threat, but even possibly some tornadoes embedded within the line. And these storms are going to go very late tonight, right into the overnight hours. So please do have a way to be notified of potential severe weather. Here's the area of concern for tonight. You're now looking at a 6 out of 10 on the Torcon. That means a 60% chance of tornadoes within a 50-mile radius. They're in southern parts of Missouri, northern parts of Arkansas. Also 5 out of 10 farther to the west, centered around Fort Smith. And again, this threat is going to go through late tonight. And it's still looking at a 6 out of 10 even tonight after the sun goes down and through the overnight hours, as you've got a very dynamic system. There's a lot of energy at several levels of the atmosphere.
Hopefully not, but that does look like the possibility here, Carl. We appreciate that. We want to take you through now some of the city-specific timing, starting off with a look around Memphis. This is a look at the radar, and not much happening right now, but that is expected to change. And this is one of the areas that is going to be likely during the overnight hours. Notice this is between that 3 to 7 o'clock in the morning time frame here. Also a look at St. Louis, one of the areas in the heightened risk as well. This is a look at where you're going to see that when, I should say, in St. Louis,
first
around 9 o'clock.
Severe thunderstorm warning on that cell that went off by Springfield.
In the morning, at least that chance for some storms. Here's a look at Chicago right now, and what you can expect. Chicago also through this evening. We're looking at local time around 6 o'clock, but the chance for some of these storms are going to be with you well after midnight. Doesn't mean you have a thunderstorm the whole time, but the chance for thunderstorms will be there. Cincinnati, you're seeing some of the storms right now.
We got a new one going at Purdy. Okay, and the one west of Purdy's getting red in it now.
Best bet for the next chance for some of the strongest storms will be
so this one finally got it back together.
Into about midday tomorrow.
All right, now we're also talking about some winter weather popping up, and here's a live look at Duluth, Minnesota. It's been a frigid day. The high was around 34 degrees, and it's currently at that right now, but it really feels like 27 degrees. It feels beautiful. You have a good chance of snow throughout this afternoon into the night. So, let's look at the next several hours from Duluth, Minnesota. You have snow.
Everybody in chat's a little wound up.
And
are they?
Yep.
Upward to 20 as we get into the hours. Overall, we are still expecting some snow.
Well, I hope you guys are watching. This is going to maybe be a long old night.
And you'll be seeing some thunderstorms too.
At least it's going to be exciting, I guess.
And overall, about 3 to 5 inches. And expecting 8 to 10 inches snow across the area. So now in the Ohio Valley.
My daughter's in Purdy.
Tonight, that
high. It's just starting right there north of Purdy. It's kind of where it's building. We're by Branson, headed north to catch it up by Springfield.
And we're seeing that rain, snow mix. It's through 15 hours. So best chance for snow was just a little bit further closer to the Great Lake. 1 to 2 inches of rain further
there's
south. That's ending Thursday morning. Also like in Detroit, though.
Yeah, you watching the stream? Okay. Okay, yeah, it's just building to the north of Purdy. There's another one down by Pineville. Looks like it'll be coming that way. So you might. Are you going to be? Where are you going to be tonight?
This program brought to you by Cialis.
Hey, Barry, in your private.
How long are you going to be down in Arkansas? Okay. Looks like there might accidentally be something early in the morning, maybe like 3 o'clock. It could. But anyway, you want to keep radio handy or something, but. Okay, we're gonna go towards St. Louis. Yeah, we're gonna go that direction. We're not gonna get in St. Louis, but we're gonna probably get up there and then maybe start dropping toward the boot hill.
Yeah, but just look what you'd missed already.
Okay, we'll see you. Bye. Love you too. Bye.
Yeah. Let's just get them. Time it flickers, you swallow hard, don't you? Well, maybe it'll just be a 2-flicker night.
Oh boy. What are you talking about over there?
Barry said when the power flicks 3 times, it goes out. But if it just flicks twice, it stays on.
Oh.
National Weather Service supposedly yeah. It's supposed to be issuing tornado watch for Arkansas next week.
Yeah, that's what they... and Missouri.
Yeah, we'll start out there probably, Barry. shut him off.
I need to practice that and I'll call you.
That was
Cox. I figured out, I guess that. He likes to watch. Up by Monette right now, there's one storm.
yeah. I got a phone call, Barry. I got to think. Well, we're in Missouri now. Yeah, we, I don't know, wanted to come home. Hey, there's some storms just forming to the west of you there. Okay, well, keep an eye out. See ya.
Charles, go.
Kelly, that storm keeps rotating to the right a little bit. It may end up coming either on the south side or right through Springfield. It's rotating ever so gently to the right every little bit.
The track keeps showing it to the north.
Well, but to the northeast.
It's not going the same direction that other storm's going.
shut the power.
What are you doing? Are you pushing it and holding it?
Yeah.
No, just push it. Just real quick.
Okay, do it again.
You push it and hold it, that's what it'll do. Just push it one time, just real fast.
Hello?
Yep. That's what you got to do. You was holding it. Yeah, just push it one time, and that'll shut it off, too. Every time I'm gonna quit coughing. Don't let me cough again. Well, guys, we're getting closer to things starting to break loose. At our roar headed toward Mount Vernon. Charles is there. See what we got for where our tornado parameters setting up at right there. Let me send you a link. That one's trying to go off in right there by Cassville, just not, it's not as good. They got the tornado watch out now for Missouri. They haven't issued nothing in Arkansas yet. That's just the Springfield office, though. They don't control that down there. We haven't got any shear right there where we're at. The shear don't start until you get up halfway to St. Louis before you start getting any high winds and shear.
Kelly here, am I Chase 1?
Yep, I'm here.
See, they got a MCD out for Northern Illinois now?
No, I didn't see that. It's a little spooky on what might happen with this.
You got that right. I was looking at the SIG tour on HRRR for this evening, and I'm seeing colors on there I've never seen before.
Yeah, I know it. And you know, you can run a sounding just about anywhere in southeast Missouri and it'll be pretty good. One popped out in front of that one now between Aurora and Springfield.
I see that. When we get to Nixon, we should be able to see that.
Now this is going to be one wild and crazy night. And it sounds like there are going to be screamers later on. They're going to be moving so fast you ain't going to be able to chase them.
Yeah, these are already moving 48. You can kind of see it in front of us a little bit now. You can see it kind of wanting to build.
Wow, yeah, I haven't zoomed in there yet on the one that's severe warn to see how it's doing. But, yeah, it's within the next couple hours, I think it's really going to start popping.
Yeah, we're just about going to be on this one just to the southwest of Springfield. I got to go. I got a phone call. Hello? Yeah, it's a watch right now. It's not a warning, just a watch. Okay, no, you're okay. It's just a watch is all it is. It's not a warning. Yeah, what storms that there are so far, they went off and they're up by Aurora, Mount Vernon right now, but they're just rain right now, but they probably won't be long. We're just south of Ozark right now. We're going to meet them at Springfield. The storm, Mr. Storm.
Mr. and Mrs. and their little children.
You get through, you might turn Zello on and holler at me. Tell me when you're doing it and I'll watch and we'll get contact. Okay, well, you're okay now. Everything, I'm looking off to that direction right now. There's not anything. I'll send you a text if I see anything starting that way. But right now, it's a line from like Pineville to Mount Vernon to Springfield. I know. I've already talked to the sheriff. Yep. Actually, we're starting to see some of the stuff right now, so I'm going to have to get off here and get the camera on it. We'll see you. Love you. Bye. one up by Rolla. You know, when this gets in that area around Springfield, that other one went off. This may do it when it gets in that same area. Right in front of us, and it actually looks like it might have some of the higher cloud tops on it. There's one right in front of us going off, getting ready to. I'm seeing the cloud tops going up. It hadn't started putting anything down yet, but there's cloud tops right in front of us. And it looks like it may be, it just hasn't done anything yet.
Heavy rain and hail coming down in the Phoenix area. Earlier, marble-sized hail reported in several areas around town, with a bit of snow also reported in the higher elevations. Up to about a foot of snow. Of course, that's well north of the Phoenix.
Thanks so much for staying with us for Weather Center Live. I'm Leona Roberts.
Hello.
And I'm Chris Warren. Some important numbers to share with you
trying to get a hold of you to tell you that there was storms coming through there this afternoon. Pay attention. There's some storms going to come through there, and pay attention.
We have our storm specialist right here with us in the lab, Carl Parker. I know you're keeping a close eye on this.
Oh, you're in Tulsa?
Beginning to see some warnings right now, and it's going to be a lot more active as we go through the rest of the afternoon into tonight, even into the overnight hours.
Well, that's kind of where they were supposed to originate from.
About this new warning effect right now.
I don't know. I don't have my radar up.
Phelps counties, surging 60 mile per hour wind.
But it could, yeah, you could get some stuff over there.
And the cell is now moving off towards the northeast here. There's a good look at what that's doing. See the hail core that extends now just north.
Most of it's supposed to be over here, though. Here and east.
In fact, go ahead and time this out and get a look at where that hail and wind threat is going to be.
Springfield.
That moves northeast. It heads up there. County School, Highland School coming up in about the next 10 to 15 minutes.
No, we were in Texas.
Valley Side School.
We come up here for these.
Possibility of $half size hail, and also
we already got tornado watch out.
Tornado watch that is
yeah, there was one went west of Cassville
covers most of southern
Missouri,
Missouri, as well as southern Illinois, and a little bit of Kansas, and that right across the 44 Springfield and Joplin, on up into St. Louis and over towards Paducah, Kentucky as well. Now, what's driving all of this is a tremendous upper air disturbance, very strong jet stream along, very strong mid-level winds, and then you've got this huge area of a warm sector, warm humid area, well above what we typically see at this time of the year. So it's within that area where we're going to see a lot more storms developing through the course of the evening.
That's probably it right there.
And also another area that the South Ridge Center is looking at for tornado watch. Tornado watch is likely they're giving it an 80% chance in northern parts
parts of Illinois. It's not a surprise because you've got a terrific amount of what is called low-level wind shear, where winds are coming out of the south.
See, it's going pretty good.
The atmosphere, and then coming out of the southwest very rapidly to then pile up in the atmosphere.
Wonder if we ought to get on
that change in wind direction.
40 or 60.
There's just no roads up through there, honey.
I mean, we got 60 or 40.
It's going to go between both of them.
Rotation, so that certainly is going to be among the concerns tonight. Strong tornadoes will be a possibility in addition to a large hail threat and damaging wind. And I want you to notice where storms are popping up there in northern parts of Illinois, very close to a warm front, so there could be a lot of spin there, and it's entirely possible that we'll see some tornado warnings in that area later this afternoon. And then another area to watch is going to be here from parts of Arkansas and Missouri and Illinois. You see the discrete cells that are popping up with a terrific amount of low-level wind shear, so that's where we're going to be talking about some strong tornadoes, and that threat, again, is going to linger well into
looks like all the way from Springfield to northwest Arkansas.
Parts of Missouri and Illinois, damaging wind threat overnight, but we may continue to see tornado warnings along with that large hail threat. So here's
I hate being on the north side of them. See one over there kind of wanting to go up, but see it way over there?
Oh, so important. Yep. Carl, thank you so much. Let's take a closer look at some of the specific
That one just
timing
split.
of some of these cities. And there's going to be more than a couple chances in some areas for some of the stronger storms. Here's a look at Little Rock, and already Arkansas. Here's Little Rock, and your timing. The best chance for more organized storms will be overnight into the early morning hours. Remember, there is a tornado watch. What that means is that conditions are
Straight in front of us is
for the
that
development
one.
of tornadoes. This is issued by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, for the St. Louis area and all of these areas.
See it over there?
This
That
goes until 9 o'clock this evening. You can see some storms outside of that as well. Here's that severe thunderstorm warning right here, well outside of St. Louis, but we're showing you that things are starting to get going here, and they should really get going as well in St. Louis. And around 9 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier, up to midnight and beyond, into the overnight hours there for St. Louis. Here's a look at Memphis, and some showers starting to develop to the east. Your best bet for storms also, Leon, are going to be overnight before or right around sunrise.
All right, let's take you over to Buffalo, New York. Now, you've been will be seeing quite a change. Now, temperatures are holding in the 50s right now. You're just shy of 60 right now, and chance of rain and maybe even some thunderstorms later. But come tomorrow, you can be even seeing a bit of snow. So you see a little bit of everything this week. Let's get into it. We have that threat of thunderstorms tonight into
right on to 65. Oh, it's going off good in front of us. It's turning red now. We'll go up here and maybe get in it. That's the one I'm looking at right there. That's the top of it.
Now,
Yeah, Scott, this is Kelly. I was just going to tell you that here in the next probably 15 minutes we'll be right in the middle of one, right in Springfield, Missouri. We're just at the edge. We'll be on I-44. It just built up right here in Springfield, and it's going to be going up I-44. And we should be, yeah, probably the next 10 minutes, I would say, unless the traffic backs us up. So, okay, bye.
More lightning on it now.
Is it? Yeah, this one's going to be a good one. Okay, guys, it's 2:39. The chase is getting ready to start. This one's really looking good, too. It's going up quick. See how fast it's moving. Moving 44 miles an hour. There's also one building off to our right, or be our east. Stretched out right now, kind of long, just now crossing 65. I just hope we're not, you get too far behind you, how cars back up on you, don't let you get into it. Shouldn't be too far behind it. There's a couple of chasers right there. Jeff Bertowski, he's right there on it. Yeah, this one's going perfect if we can get on it right. It's going to cross the highway twice, run all the way up.
We should reach 44 here in just a little bit.
Well, it's right now, it's cut off the corner of 44.
In 2 miles, take the US 65 Business Chestnut Expressway exit.
Spray too much more right now. They may take as soon as we go on. Jim Cantori says, boom.
44.
Well, a little ways. We're pretty good ways still. We're halfway through Springfield.
Weather Center Live, and this is a look live on the right, St. Louis, and we're going to be looking for storms to develop on the horizon, and you can see there is a possibly longer, and right now there is a severe thunderstorm. And then in effect until 3:15. Possibly for the next couple of hours here for St. Louis. So we're going to monitor this camera on the right and watch and see how things develop through this evening, and that threat for storms going into the overnight hours as well, which can be particularly dangerous. And that does include St. Louis in the morning, possibly longer, in and around St. Louis. There will be the chance for some tornadoes. So again, some of these happening after. These are tornadoes that happen state to state after dark. It's still less than what happens during the day. However, there's some pretty big percent.
I sent him a link to our stream.
Large percentages in many spots, and you can see right off the bat the darker red. Those are areas that have more than 40% of their tornadoes happening in the nighttime. So that's quite a bit, and they happen most frequently in the mid-south, or what's called Big Seattle.
This thing could be a little slick right here if this first rain that hit on it too.
So it's important to make sure you do have a way to be alerted of tornadoes even while you are sleeping.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. When those tornado sirens go off, it's essential you know where to seek shelter in your home. Meteorologist Mark Elliott shows us the safest place to be.
When you're under a tornado warning or you hear a tornado siren, and especially if you can see that tornado, now is not the time to grab
moved
that
away
smartphone
faster
and
than I
start
thought.
filming. Instead, it's time to get inside and seek shelter. You run inside to seek shelter from the storm and come up to your bedroom, which normally is pretty safe.
50 miles moving 50. It's cranking.
Coming down to a lower level, great idea. Trying to see where the storm is outside those windows, bad idea. It was a good idea to look at the windows, but this exterior wall doesn't help you as much as you might think. No, tree limbs or 2x4s, they're like toothpicks when wind is fierce as in these storms. Yes, your garage is on ground level and has 4 sides.
Shouldn't have. I thought we'd be on it in 10 minutes. It's like 10 miles in front of us. What's going on to our behind us. Got our one red down by, okay, we've got one that's going to get pretty close to Cassville. So it looks like it's going to go more like Exeter. You have a storm near Pineville. Looks like it's going to go just to the north of Cassville. We've got two, one in front of us and one off to our right. Okay, it's going to get ready to come back onto the interstate up here a little ways. We've got one chaser that's in front of us. Petrowski, he's up there. If we can catch that darn thing. It's sped up a little bit more. It's up to 51 knots now. We'll make a quick trip where we're wanting to be anyway. If anything goes off behind us, we can always drop back on it, so we're on the right one. Base of it right over there. It's going to come across the road right up here, that base of it. Probably come back, but it's kind of fell apart. Yeah, I got Randy driving. He's my nitrous tanks. Thing's kind of falling apart right now, but it ain't slowing down. It'll come back. We got one on either side of us. We've kind of caught up with them. This one kind of jetted out in front of it. It'll restructure. It's really went down. It'll have to, when it comes back, it'll come back just a little bit stronger. It's just waiting on us. That's what it's doing. We've got two of them. One's about to hit Purdy behind us. The other one's going to go to the north side of Cassville. It's going to miss your house, but just barely. Then we got a third one coming in behind that one. There's three of them. Fast they're moving. That one's sitting at Wheaton saying it'll be in Springfield in an hour. Cassville, and then there's another one aligned from coming right down through Bella Vista. There's one looks like it's going to come right straight west of Cassville. Well, they're kind of from Cassville down to Bella Vista, just a steady line. The one that's, there's one that looks like it'll be west of Cassville in just a few minutes. Could have some severe storms, some moving to the northwest right now. Looks like they will go just to the north side of Cassville. Don't see any rotation in any of them, but looks like the one at Bella Vista's got a lot of light. Because typically, Chris, as we know, that's true. Is there hay in it? You talking about the one out by Kelly's? It might be alright there, because it looks like this is all going to go to the west of Cassville, which will be quite a ways west of you. You should be alright. You never know. Alright, see you later. Bye. Now this one that was down at Bella Vista got more lightning in it. Now this one kind of fell apart, but we'll see what happens with this one behind it. holes?
Yeah.
Actually, the one to our left is more. It's going to cross the interstate up here too. It's getting stronger. It's getting ready to come back across up here. Probably that one I'm looking at.
All right, welcome to this Weather Center Live. I'm with meteorologist Chris Warren. His mic just went out, so he's going to be kind of mining everything. I'm meteorologist Leona Brackett. Let's go ahead. We do have some serious stuff to talk about, though. We do have a storm front of 6 across Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois. That means you have a 60% chance of seeing a tornado within 50 miles. That scale is from 1 to 10. And we have our storm specialist, Carl Parker, right here with us in the lab. Talk about it.
Yeah, we are just now beginning to see some development in parts of Missouri as well as in Iowa, and tornado watches in effect. Let's get into a warning now in Missouri. That's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Crawford County going until 3:15. The motion here is northeast at 55 miles per hour, and that's the type of motion that we expect to see right through tonight and through the overnight hours. We've got very strong winds in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. And the concern here is going to be half-dollar-size hail as well as damaging wind. Also, some development now north and east of Springfield. No warnings as of now. Those cells are rapidly moving up northeast. And here's a tornado watch that is in effect for southern Missouri and southern parts of Illinois. That's going until 9 o'clock. And a brand new tornado watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center that covers northern Illinois, including Chicago, parts of Indiana, and southeastern Iowa. We're just now beginning to see some development right along Interstate I-80 there in Iowa. And we expect to see a lot more over the next couple of hours. That salsa storm is starting to really blossom right along 74 in Illinois, and so it may not be very long before we see some warnings in this area. Now, looking at the larger picture, you've got a
this one by Cassville's getting a hail core on
across the middle of the country, and so that's fueling these very strong mid-level winds, which are now co-located with a lot of warmth as well. These temperatures well above what we typically see.
55 miles an hour. That's going to come awful close to your house, Randy.
Weather continues for a lot of the middle of the country. We're also looking at this low-level wind shear. This is going into 6 o'clock tonight. Southerly winds at the surface, winds coming out of the southwest very fast at about 5,000 feet up. And the reason why that's important is because that low-level flow is what
that's the one getting the hail core on it.
And then the winds coming across that low-level flow create
may just catch the north edge of Cassville
into the storm. So we do expect that there's going to be potential for not only tornadoes, but strong tornadoes will be a possibility going through tonight. Here's one of our high-resolution models doing a pretty good job, I think, of representing what's happening here. Strong storms are popping up in Iowa and Illinois for the next couple of hours. Now, it's going to be a little more spotty in nature in Missouri, we think, through early evening. Maybe quite a bit of coverage in Illinois. But then what happens later tonight, we see a bunch of discrete cells popping out there, parts of southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and there's going to be a tremendous amount of low-level shear there. So that's where we could be talking about some strong tornadoes. And then a big linear system damaging wind threat we have, but there may be some supercells embedded within the line, so it could be tornadoes within the line. And large hail is going to be a huge threat as well with these supercell storms. And the storms then keep going right into
you've got one just to the west of Washburn. Did have some hail, it looked like, in it, so it's kind of looks like it's probably going to skirt the north edge of Cassville.
And what we've got is a 6 out of 10 on the tornado there in southeastern parts of Missouri and northeastern parts of Arkansas, southern Illinois. And that
there was just a minute ago, the hail looked like it kind of went away on it a little bit, but that one down by Pea Ridge, coming right up behind it, it's a little farther to the south, so that'll probably get you.
Use one of them. Hey, where you at?
Well, there could be. There's not yet, but
Well, you may be fixing to get hail.
Not seeing no rotation in anything yet, but you know how that goes. That stuff can start at any time. So that's what. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you had an eye on it.
Okay, because they're
okay,
bad.
bye.
Yeah, don't worry about that today. You pay attention to that storm. Pay attention to that storm.
Storm coming just to the north of Cassville. Should be hearing some thunder now. You
Dylan's
may have some hail on the north side of town.
Right now. And you can hear thunder right now. You're hearing thunder, right, Dylan?
Yeah, the spotters are out there.
Yeah. They go. Go out in the garage and look. Go out in the garage and look to the west.
Looks like it's got some hail in it now again.
Yeah, it's moving about 50-some miles an hour.
Looks like it has some hail in it.
Yeah. That's exactly what it's doing.
It is about Exeter now.
We're in Stratford. Yep. No, we left Texas and come up here. We was in Texas this morning. Yeah. My God, we get around. We get around, I'm telling you.
Randy, we might ought to let this one go and catch that one coming up from Cassville.
Hey, it's starting to get a little. Hang on a minute. Hey, Dylan, you pay close attention to that. You may want to take cover. Okay. Well,
he's going to be on the business end of it.
You're right on the business end of that. If it gets too bad, you know where to go, right? Now, if I was you, I would get in a crawl space there under the house. Yeah, and then I would go. Oh, right there as you come out into the garage to the left. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting ready to Weather Channel Facebook Live here just shortly.
And then take a hard right and go all the way to the wall. Okay, well they're going to be moving at 50-some miles an hour, so pay attention. And then there's one right after this initial one. It's going to lighten up a little bit, and then you're going to have another one right behind it. Within an hour and a half. Okay. Okay, love you. Okay, all right.
Let's turn around up here at the next spot and go back towards Springfield. Stop just this side of Springfield and catch this one coming into Springfield. It's gonna come just about center it. This one's not gonna do anything. We're getting ready to go live on Facebook. just tuning in on Facebook Live, we're right in the southwest corner of Missouri right now. We've got storms just starting to form. We're on one just to the southwest of Lebanon right now. It looks like, doesn't look like it's going to do anything. I think it's going to kind of go away right now. We've got one forming in our hometown, Cassville. It's about 60 miles to our southwest. Looks like it'll be coming directly at us. So we're going to turn around at this next overpass and actually head back toward toward Springfield, and we're going to get that storm coming through Springfield. Could accidentally go to the south of Springfield toward Rogersville, so we'll just stay on it. But this one here's sure looks like it's just kind of I'll tell you what we might do. We might pull over up here and just kind of sit for a while.
That'll give you time to get that windshield wiper replaced this one.
Okay, you think you're needing one?
Yeah, it's leaving it when it's
okay.
Just leaving the strip right through there.
I think this one is too. I'll just replace both of them.
I'm gonna pull back over on this side.
Just getting that cloud right there.
About that.
It's okay right now, yeah.
It's gonna pour down on us here if we don't.
Okay, guys, we're gonna change the windshield wipers here real quick. We better shut them off. Well, let's wait till it quits raining here.
We'll start this one.
How's it going?
Yeah, you'd think it'd start raining just about actually, the stronger stuff right now is coming toward us right now.
It's looking like from behind.
There we go, it kind of quit.
One coming up there your way.
Hey, we're changing wipers right now.
One at Cassville went severe.
Yeah, I can just find one.
I'm not sure I... There we go. put this one on.
See if that.
I think it's better. Where'd that towel go? Do you see that towel?
That's what I was just looking for. That white towel?
Yeah, we did. There was a towel right there. I was going to wipe this. That one down there at home went severe, Kelly.
Okay, I'm back in. Get this wiped off.
I don't think I'm seeing any rotation, but I'm seeing quite a bit of lightning.
Okay.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Okay, listen.
Hello. I told you. It's hailing like some buck.
Yeah, let's head back down the road.
Yep.
We're in two-wheel drive, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear it. Where are you at? Yep.
Next one's gonna hit there.
That hail's there.
Yeah, looks like it's about gone now.
What size is it? Penny size, dime size, nickel. See any rotation in it just a second ago.
Okay, you've got one at Washburn that's got some pretty good hail and stuff in it. Looks like it's going to come toward Cassville. Yeah. No kidding.
Okay.
You got time if you hurry.
Hang on.
Okay, bye. Okay, we're heading headed back to the west on I-44 right now. We've got one that's at Cassville right now. Severe thunderstorm warning on it. It's blowing up pretty fast. It's actually going to be headed toward Galena, toward Ozark, Rogersville.
There's another one. There's another one coming from the southwest. It's going to go on the east side of Cassville in just a little bit. Okay, well, as soon as you can, you need to get back bikes. Oh, okay.
Okay, these coming from the southwest got a lot more higher. They're a lot higher tops on them. Hopefully it'll hold up just a little bit longer.
Okay, well, be careful. You know, it'll be coming from your southwest. Yeah. It's kind of down around south of Horsford now. It's starting to get a hail marker on it too. Yep. Okay, all right, bye. See that blue around the edges of that? Is that just, what is that?
I don't see what you're talking about. Oh, that's just something weird.
I can hear it through the phone.
Yeah. Could get up here. I think there's a road that drops straight to Rogersville, isn't there?
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to stay on it, but we could.
Yeah, Barry Street's still looking pretty good.
Back up, hang on.
Stratford to Rogersville. Somewhere around there on the road.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth. For some reason, it's not crisp and clear looking. It doesn't really look out of zoom, but for some reason, it's not clear.
Getting more severe, that one that we were on.
The webcam, Dave.
No, that's my Sony that I'm using. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of fuzzy looking like a webcam. warped out, by the way. Might want to try cleaning the lens.
That's what I already did. I just took, like, I did that before I put the camera up, so it should be clean.
Rotations. Hang on just a second. Okay. Okay, you may, just a second. Where are you going to? Okay, you might want to wait until this thing goes through. You're not going to like it going into it. It's going to go between you and town. It's going to hit Cassville head on. There's a bunch of hail in it. Yeah, they'll know what's happening. I mean, it's getting ready to really hit them hard. You're going to be okay at home. It looks, unless it gets bigger. Right now, it's going to go to it's just about going to go right dead over about my mom's house. Okay, I would sure do that. I think it. Yeah, just tell them.
I ain't seeing some debris or something.
Yeah.
Look at the CC there.
There's not any rotation yet. No, it's not on the edge. It'll be in the middle. It'll be more in the middle. Are you there? Okay, I'll see you. Love you, bye. You'll see the rotation first, and there is starting to maybe be a little rotation at Jenkins. It's starting to get a hook on it.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking at Jenkins.
It's starting to get a little bit of a rotation. That may be what you're seeing. Hello?
Tornado warning for.
Hang on just a second.
Rock Island County, northwestern Illinois. Northern Scott County.
Yeah, are you at Cassville?
Southeastern Clinton County in east central Illinois.
There's going to be probably some decent hail, maybe just on the south side of Cassville. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, it's starting to rotate a little bit around Jenkins.
Give it a few seconds, Barry. I changed some settings on it. I think it's a little bit better now.
Yeah, it's kind of weakened just a little bit in the last few minutes.
Okay, David. Kelly, you seeing that rotation down there just west of Galena?
Okay, I got a guy hollering at me. I gotta go. Okay, bye. Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. It's kind of just barely showing up, and that's a long ways from the radar.
I'm showing about 3,500 feet is the altitude I'm looking at, about 30 miles away.
Gotta make one more phone call. okay. You're okay so far. You may get some hail in a little bit. It's going to go just about over your house. It's not big, real big hail, but it could be quarter-size hail. So.
But I'm going to have to wait. I can't even get your stream up. They're having troubles with the Amazon servers.
Okay, I'm going to have to go right now.
They're supposed to be coming back up. So
okay,
it might
bye.
be a little bit.
He's having trouble getting my stream up?
No, Amazon. They're having trouble with Severe Studios.
Yeah, I tell you what, David, let's move you over to White Chase too.
Just had a reported touchdown.
Where?
I don't know. It's not here. I haven't looked yet. Let me see. Walt, Iowa.
Probably that Torborn, Kelly, that's up there in Illinois.
Walcott, he put IA.
It's in Davenport, Iowa, right over the radar site right now.
Yeah, the storm's actually in Iowa yet, just north of Davenport. Even though the tornado warning says Illinois.
We're going to try to cut across here somewhere.
Yeah, if you see one that, well, let me look here and see how this is all lining out.
It's going south.
Let's just get up here where we can get a shot of it right now.
I think we're going to have to get south to do that.
Well, if we go south, we're going to see it one time.
Yeah. Dime size hail. Where you at? Okay. Yeah, it should be. Yes. Once that goes through, it looks like it'll be alright for a little while. Well, there's another one forming back over there, about an hour southwest of you. Okay. Alright, bye. So where you want to set up at?
There's a road that goes south up here that we can take. Let me try and find where we're at. Just past Stratford. You getting some hail? Some hail? How big is it? About dime size? Okay. Well, we're up the other side we're up on the other side of Springfield. Okay, yeah, when that goes through, it looks like there's not anything for a while. There's another one building down in Arkansas that may come up there later, but are you watching the stream? Okay. I mean, are you watching me? I sent you a link to my stream. TV. Okay. Oh yeah, I should be on there. I sent you a link on Messenger to it. Just check your messages. Okay, we'll see you. Okay, we'll see you. Bye. Yeah, there's not really a good way to the way that thing's going, it's gonna it's gonna stay to the south of the interstate. Okay, there's a road up here that will go to the left. It's going to be, let me put it in there. Rogersville. Phone's working down here. I can tell you on here when you get up here, it's going to be 175, State Highway 175. I have to. Here we'll turn.
On 125, is that what you got?
Yeah.
At least this wiper leaves the street up here, not right now.
Broke. It don't work now. I guess that's what it is.
You are on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 4:02 p.m. In a quarter mile, slight right.
put in on yours.
66, then slight right onto Route 66.
Just
Continue on Route 66 for 1 mile.
Nathan, you can eat the New York strip, just don't eat the ribeye.
You are on the fastest route. You should reach your
Got yours
destination
working
by
now?
4:02 p.m.
yeah.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Missouri 125 South.
Go get you some
Turn
buffalo
left onto
burgers.
Missouri 125 South Peachtree Lane. Continue on Missouri 125 South for 6 miles.
I'm not going to call you a fat ass. I'm talking to Barry. You think I'm talking to you?
Well, I didn't know what you was you was looking at me.
Oh, Barry's complaining he's gained weight. He's over 165 pounds now.
Okay, there's that storm. We can see it to the see it right back down there.
Still got a good Elkhorn in it, don't it?